This Force 13, it's Australian Oceania Channel, a video of some video footage and showing Moreton Island, the mouth of the Brisbane River, and the port of Brisbane. This is one of two video clips that I like to highlight when we move towards the top of the hour. And the second video clip is a flight that I took from Melbourne Airport to Brisbane back in 2019. Stay tuned, we have the latest news. We have a developing tropical system, most likely to come on the radar within the next couple of days. And on the screen is windsurfer having a fantastic time. And the Port of Brisbane, which is Brisbane's main container shipping terminal. And Moreton Bay can be, or is, one of the most dangerous bays on the planet. Conditions can change. The bay is made up of sandbanks, and the actual scenery is contrast, looking towards the Houghton Highway, and the current changes directions four times. This is a view of the Woody Point Jetty, Sandgate, Brighton, which are the northern Brisbane suburbs. That is the Brisbane CBD. You can clearly see the high-rise buildings, and this is the departure from Melbourne Airport. And the plane actually taxied to the most southern end of the runway. That's the control towers. I have other video footage which includes cloud, time-lapse video. So I have cloud cover over 14 hours. And the plane is now on the main runway and is now throttling up. It was an experience. I haven't had very many plane trips. My first plane trip was 1958. And the plane starts to turn, and it's coming up. And how things have changed since 2019. And now the plane is starting to curve to the left.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
And it's coming up to 1300 hours here in Queensland, 1400 hours daylight saving. Good afternoon, my name is David Tones. I'm the operator of the Force 13's AU channel, part of a growing international platform. I do have news to share. I have been in calls with Nathan Foy, the owner-operator of Force 13, and a couple of others. And probably this time next week or earlier, the AU channel will be launching a Facebook page. It is something that I have been requesting for probably a good 12 months to 2 years, but the workload on Nathan has exploded, and we have a Philippines Facebook page in addition to our main Facebook page. We operate on all platforms, not Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We also have a YouTube channel called Space 13. We also, you can go to the Force 13's main YouTube channel, and you can see all the channels listed at the bottom of the page. So the international project continues to expand, and without your support, we haven't been able to grow. And because of the growth in recent days, that allows us to put into motion other items which will see the AU channel grow. And if you would like to be part of Force 13, we operate on the Discord platform, and the community continues to grow. We're over 3,000 members, and we're always on the lookout for people who would like to become interested in video production, graphical work, web editing, which means you can write a article relating to the weather. So there are ways that you can help with Force 13, and if you by coming into the Discord server, the link is in the description box and is available on all channels. We have a lot of knowledgeable people. I've been in charge of the AU channel for over 6 years now, but I'm still shell-shocked with what happened over in Tonga. And as I've mentioned previously, I am closely monitoring for any other information. The Bureau of Meteorology has issued a top priority severe thunderstorm warning for heavy rainfall, damaging winds for New South Wales. The area has actually grown for the northwest slopes and plains, the northern tablelands, parts of the mid-north coast and the Hunter forecast districts. 32 millimetres of rain was recorded at Bendemeer, Bonner, in the 30 minutes to 1 p.m. 32 millimetres in 30 minutes. However, Paradise Point here on the Gold Coast had 4.5 millimetres per minute. It came close to breaking a 1920 rain record. So, severe thunderstorm activity continues. Very humid air is flowing from the north into a trough that lies across the interior. Some areas expected to see heavy falls accumulate over the course of an hour or two. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rain, fall, may lead to flash flooding, damaging winds, and areas that could be affected: Scone, Armidale, Tenterfield, Tamworth, Gunnedah and Narrabri. Now I'll bring the graph up onto the screen. Now this is the latest Bureau Meteorology's total forecast of rain, and look at the area in green through to purple, and this is a developing picture, and looks like we may have a tropical system in the Gulf of Carpentaria.
doing stuff. Be watching, and I might be able to join for a little bit. Hang on a little. Oh, you stupid thing. David, you have to go live on this. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. Oh, not ridiculously far out. No. It's only close for a few days. Yeah.
Apology, viewers. Oh, the switching. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Hello, Josh. Good to have you on board, even if it's only for a few minutes.
I'm happy to join. Hello, how is everyone going?
Well, I'm shell-shocked. And a special thank you to you, the viewer. I wasn't expecting to see the massive support at present to the channel. On the screen, Josh, we have the storm graphic for New South Wales. The warning area has extended, and it's for heavy rainfall once again and damaging winds. But viewers, Josh is over there in Perth, and he was just telling me that he's going to be away for a couple of days. He's going fishing. He's going fishing, of all things. He's going to leave me high and dry to keep the channel operational. But viewers, I've asked for him to catch a fish for me, but I never know when Josh is going to take a time off.
Yeah.
But
sorry about thrusting it in. We're joined by Tim. We are on the live stream. Hello,
now,
Tim.
This is
good afternoon, guys. I was just getting ready to call tonight, and I see you guys were discussing the severe weather threat for the New South Wales area. I actually have the radar up for the New South Wales area for those two warnings that are currently in effect for the next 2.5 hours. So that will be, if I have my time zones right, this will be until 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for those warnings that are currently going on for the northern New South Wales area.
Yep.
I don't know if David can switch over to my screen. So there is the two warnings that are in effect at this time.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the two of you to bring the information. I've just got a visitor, and Tim, I'm going to bring up your screen.
I'm only going to be on for a few minutes just to pass this information along, and then I can leave it up for Josh to use.
Yeah.
But for our Australian viewers, this is the two warnings that the Bureau of Meteorology does have up. We will cover them briefly. This first one being in and around the Watsons Creek, Uralla, Kentucky, Wallachia, down to the Nundle and Tamworth area. Radar scope hinting that severe thunderstorms are likely to produce intense rainfall that may lead to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding and damaging winds over the next several hours in the part of the northwest slopes and plains and northern tableland districts. Locations may be affected include Wallachia, Uralla, and Bendemer. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding and damaging winds over those areas. Those areas also may be getting some very heavy rain at this time, and it definitely does show, Josh, on the radar scope or radar, some very heavy rain coming across this area in the first warning, and then we will discuss the second warning right afterwards. So, your thoughts on this first warning issued by the Bureau of Meteorology that we're seeing on the radar here?
Well, the severe storm, or the severe thunderstorm bands that are moving through, does look to be like the primary threat is the heavy rainfall at this time. But they do have a hailstone warning out. Is it? No, they don't. The primary threat still will be that heavy rainfall, which will lead to flash flooding, or could lead to flash flooding. It looks like the storms are just starting to die down now at the present time. However, that does not mean to say that we will be getting more storms from this event. You can already see another band of storms moving through in the top left of the screen right now. It does look like these storms could house some pretty damaging winds and some significant rainfall totals as well. So make sure you're watching out for that if you do live in the warning area.
Absolutely, Josh. And just looking at this first band that we're discussing, looks like the northern edge of this is up by deep water, going back through Glen Innes, Garia, Armadale, back into Walcha, down into Marundi, Wingen, Scone, Aberdeen, and Muswellbrook, down to Ravensworth. So this is all part of the first band that is coming through. This is prompting some of the severe weather being issued by the Bureau of Meteorology. Obviously, this first one here that I have highlighted, that was the first warning that I read out. We will look at the second one, which is this larger area here. This is part of that secondary line back there by Barron Junction, Pillaja, and Weewa. So we will read the information out on that one. And this does include some of those areas. The second warning, also severe thunderstorms likely to produce intense heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding and damaging winds over the next several hours in the northwest slopes and plains, northern tablelands, and parts of the mid-north coast and Hunter districts. Locations may be affected include Scone, Armadale, Tetterfield, Glen Innes, Interval, Tamworth, Gonada, Narabi, Babargi, Bendemer, Bingara, and Tambar Springs. That is this bigger, I guess as we would call it over here in the United States, this is the bigger polygon for that second severe thunderstorm warning. Both of these will be ending here in about the next 2.5 hours, which should put it 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It does look like both of these lines here are moving towards the east. So some of these same areas like Kentucky and Ural that have already gotten hit with some of the heavy rain, you will be getting another round back behind it. This area back by Barron Junction and Pillaja will be moving into this area. And then we may see some of this line start getting towards the New South Wales coastline. So places up from Woomba all the way down to Coffs Harbour, maybe even down into Newcastle. This whole corridor may be getting some heavy rain here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah, well, it certainly does look like we've got our hands full with the volcano still trying to erupt small eruptions over in Tonga, and also the severe weather front in Australia at this time. Force 13 Australian Oceania branch will continue its live coverage throughout the day, so you can stay up to date on this channel by clicking the subscribe button, and also leave a like on the stream while you're at it.
Just as you were discussing that, Josh, I hate to break in, but we actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning this now in the Queensland area.
Oh, wow.
This just came up, and what we're seeing is what we would call over here some very classic storm initiation. This is just to the northwest of Mitchell and Morven, well outside of our Force 13 Australia headquarters, which is all the way over here in the Brisbane area. This is well to the west of this. This has just came up on the radar scope, so this was just issued by the Bureau of Meteorology. This new severe thunderstorm warning will be going until, I believe, it is 4:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. That is this new polygon that was just issued. So this is now into the central and southern Queensland area. Some cities that are in this area are Duranby, St. George, Mitchell, Morven, where we're seeing the heavy thunderstorms starting to pop up and Agathella and Injune. So we'll touch on this right quick before we pass it back over to Josh with his insight.
Yep.
The polygon warning for this is severe thunderstorms are likely to produce damaging winds and heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding in the warning area over the next several hours. Locations may be affected include St. George, Boland, Mitchell, Durabandi, Injune, and Mangindi. So, just to recap, we do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. This most recent one being issued in and around the Queensland area. This just came up. So this will be in effect for the next 3 hours. You can see the thunderstorms there just to the northwest of Morven really starting to blow up. Looks like within about the last 25 to 30 minutes. So that will be moving towards Injune and Mitchell and maybe towards the Roma and Surat region a little bit later on in the next hour or two. So that is the most recent warning issued by the Bureau of Meteorology.
Yep.
And we'll come back down to the New South Wales area and we will recap these two. These two are not going to last as long. They're going to expire about 30 minutes earlier than the Queensland severe thunderstorm warning. But both of these, heavy rain, flash flooding possible with some strong winds.
Yeah. This situation that we're seeing in Queensland is, as Tim said, is classic storm formation. It doesn't really get much more pronounced than this, that's for sure. And generally when we see storms like this fire up on radar, we're watching out for the big 3, that is damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and large hailstones. I imagine that the storm threat right now will remain with damaging winds and possibly even large hailstones. Heavy rainfall shouldn't be too much of a problem right now until the storms upscale in size. It looks like they are actually trying to merge right now. However, the pulse thunderstorm mode is pretty pronounced in this area, which I believe that, hang on, I just cut out there. So the severe weather front does continue in Wales and Queensland, and you can see some decent thunderstorms just firing up in the Queensland area. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings out for Queensland and New South Wales. Those severe thunderstorm warnings are there for damaging winds, large hailstones, and heavy rainfall. We'll go and see if we can find some warnings right now from the Bureau of Meteorology. So for Queensland, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the Central Highlands and Coalfields, Moronoa and Warrego and Darling Downs, and the Granite Belt forecast districts for damaging winds and heavy rainfall. A humid and unstable air mass to the east of a trough in the interior is triggering thunderstorms this afternoon, and severe thunderstorms are likely to produce damaging winds and heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding in the morning area over the next several hours. Locations which may be affected include St. George, Bolon, Mitchell, Duranjbudi, Injune, and Mananjini. I apologise if I
Tuabindi, Injune, Mungantai, Mitchell, Bolland, St George. There you are, mate. I'll forgive you. You're over there in Western Australia. And so here we go. Another round of severe thunderstorm activity. And viewers, for those here in Australia, it's day 1 and a few more days to come. And we could have a tropical system up there in the Gulf of Carpentaria. I'll just pause to see if Tim over there on the east coast of Australia is going to come out with his famous lines. Silence.
Oh, first off, mate, I'm not on the east coast of Australia. You're on the east coast of Australia. But we can, if there is actually anything in the Gulf of Carpentaria, we can actually go up there and look at it with the radar right quick. Since we have covered all 3 of these severe weather warnings. Again, you heard Josh call out the one for the Central Highlands of Queensland.
Yes.
And we'll bring the radar back down into the New South Wales region here just briefly so we can see how these 2 lines are starting to progress. And it looks like... Yeah, it looks like it is starting to get to the coastline. So, and we'll stop it on the last frame here. So, looks like Kookaburra is starting to get into some heavy rain. 5 Day Creek just now getting into it. Ebor and Herner and I are starting to get into it. So this polygon here for the severe weather warning, we may see this get extended over towards maybe Woodburn, down to Newcastle, and everywhere in between. So if you're in McLean, Grafton, Coffs Harbour, Bowerville, Southwest, Rocksmithton, Crescent Hen, Port Macquarie, Taree, Forster, Bullada, and down to East Maitland, keep an eye on this, as the Bureau may be sending severe weather warning into your area probably in the next hour to hour and a half, depending on how fast these storms are progressing.
Yeah.
And look at the direction that they're tracking, east.
Yes, they are. We can actually take a look at where the leading edge is. Looks like the leading edge is up here, moving to the east here, and the southern edge back down by Candos. So they are all moving in that general direction. So this leading edge looks like might be starting to extend up from Jennings. So this whole line is going to be moving right across this corridor, which is why places like Woodburn down to Newcastle, you may be getting a severe weather warning from the Bureau here probably the next hour. And then you have this secondary line starting to push through Nairobi. This is that secondary line that could come back through these same areas. So places like Bingara, Kabada, Baraba, back down into Gunnedah, you may be getting a second round of heavy rain. That is why the Bureau does have these two severe weather warnings for the heavy rain leading to potential flash flooding.
And Gunnedah is, no, sorry, it's not Gunnedah, Gundagai and the Tucker box. That's some Australian history. So Gunnedah, and Gundagai is further south, is near Bathurst. So once again, a severe storm activity. I mentioned, I think it was 30 millimetres in 30 minutes, but I also, Josh and Tim, actually I've got my eldest daughter here, so 4.5 millimetres per minute. And bye love, we'll see you.
It's a blooper for you.
I will keep
and
it,
while we're dealing with
that.
that blooper, we're back up on the news, up on the Queensland warning, and this whole complex is really blown up a lot in the last 30 minutes here.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it. This is sort of the typical Australian evening severe pulse thunderstorms that you get. This is fairly run-of-the-mill stuff, probably a little bit more extreme than what we generally get. But as you'd expect, when you combine an unstable atmosphere with humidity, you're going to get these thunderstorms blow up. And that is exactly what we're seeing. It's not surprising, but then again, there is a risk to lives and homes associated with this front. So we need to be watching it with all attention that we can get.
We'll jump up to the Gulf of Carpentaria here. And actually, it looks like the Bureau has actually just changed up their warnings now. We actually now have an embedded warning within our centralized warning as we go back down to the New South Wales region here. And yeah, they have extended these warnings. So let's go back down to the New South Wales region here as the Bureau just updated these. So yeah. Down to Bullada, Wooten, Forster, Taree, Port Macquarie. You guys are now in this severe weather warning. And this whole, as we would say over here in the US, this is this whole polygon here. And they actually just updated the time frame.
Yeah.
So now this is going to expire. And I'm trying to remember my times. I think David is currently 14 hours ahead of me. So this whole polygon now is going to expire at 3:40 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Again, the threats associated with this is heavy rainfall leading to flash flooding, damaging winds, and large hailstones over the next several hours in parts of the northwest slopes and plains districts. Locations may be impacted and include Mongirity, Barren Junction, and Columbary. So that is back across this area here, and we have the other area here with the heavy rain. And it looks like they have extended this to also include that Queensland threat. So now a pretty good chunk of Australian real estate going all the way down from Bullada all the way up into just about west central Queensland, now under a severe weather warning.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to head out of the stream, but we will leave Tim covering the situation until David comes back.
I am back. I am back.
Oh, David is back. It does look like we've got definitely some serious weather moving into the Port Macquarie region, north of Newcastle, south of sort of Grafton area. So if you do live on the northeastern coastline of New South Wales, make sure you are prepared for these severe events.
And we will jump up here into the northern part of the Queensland area right quick. We will go up here to the Mornington Island Queensland radar, well away of the severe weather threat, since David was talking about the Gulf of Carpentaria, and we'll take a quick look and see if we actually have something up in that area. Right now, at least off the Mornington Island area, it is fairly quiet. We'll go up here to Weipa
and then across to Gove
there, since apparently the Bureau is hinting at maybe some tropical cyclone activity in this area.
Yes, I'll bring up what is it?
We're on Gove, and it looks fairly quiet there. So
you can actually see. Now that's if I remember rightly, that's the Timor Sea. The Timor Sea. I'm Eruption Sea.
This would be all the Gulf of Carpentaria, and then up in this area, just to the north of Darwin, would be the Timor Sea. We do see a few little thunderstorms out in the area just off to the north of Gawa and Gunyangra. So not much in terms of tropical cyclone activity there, but there are a few thunderstorms, so that is probably what the Bureau is keeping an eye on. So we'll bring the radar back down to the biggest threat to the Australian region right now, and that is these 3 severe weather warnings. We will primarily put it on the Nimoy South Wales radar, since that's going to give us the best coverage for the threat in this area.
And look at that activity to the rest of that first cell.
Yeah, this is back by Barren Junction, pushing through Weewa and Narabi now. We actually do have 2 storm complexes going on, this being the first one, which has prompted the initial first polygon, and we have the secondary one back through Barren Junction and Weewa. And I'll be honest, I live on the east coast of the United States, so Australian geography is not my strong point. So David will probably be able to give more of a geographical insight on these areas. And then lastly, we'll come up to the Warrego Queensland radar, where we have, as Josh pointed out, some very classic latent daytime heating, causing a lot of severe thunderstorms in and around the Mungalia, Mitchell, and Morven area.
Yes.
These have all popped up within the last 40 minutes.
And I'm a bit surprised that the activity has started. And I'm going to say a special thank you to Tim. I actually started with Josh in a private call, and I just looking at some channel information, and we enjoy bringing the information to you, the viewer. And the severe thunderstorm activity is to continue. The Bureau of Meteorology a couple of weeks ago said you can expect more cyclonic weather and above average rainfall. But this applies to everybody. if you experience severe weather, flooded roads, don't travel. Only travel if you need to. We had 5.
Yeah, actually, we have a slogan over here in the U.S., mate. When it comes to flooded roads, turn around, don't drown. So, if you're in any of these areas where there's heavy rain coming down, if the road looks flooded, do not chance it. Turn around, don't drown, as we say over here in the U.S. It may actually save your life because you really don't know how deep some of those flooded roads really are with all the floodwaters over them.
Sadly, and thanks to ex-tropical cyclone Cephas, that remained a deep subtropical low. It created mountainous seas. Over 500 were rescued here on the Gold Coast because people, and I'm going to be quite frank, people didn't have the brains to stay out of dangerous surf conditions. And Tim, we and viewers, I cited a news item yesterday with this massive and historic underwater eruption on Saturday over there at Tonga. The tsunami warnings were in place. We had people here on the Gold Coast or the Sunshine Coast out in the surf. So that's
that is just very dangerous. It would be, from my gathering, that would be being out in like 8 to 12 foot seas, because I know the tsunami threat was 1 to 2 meters, some places 3 meters. That's almost like being out in 2 to 3 meter seas every time that tsunami wave was coming in, and you're just putting your own life at risk doing that.
And Tim and viewers, yes, I am very passionate. I love what I'm doing. I love the interaction with you, the viewer. But I'm the oldest member of the project. But I have life experience, and I also have experience in marine rescue. And I get very annoyed when people don't know, and I acknowledge one thing over here, we have a massive shift in population, and I've lived here virtually all my life. I'm just in the north of Brisbane. I went to school. I've got a family. I've got 9 grandchildren. My eldest daughter, and I think my 3rd eldest grandson, 2nd eldest grandson, he came in, and even the sun is dangerous. They're both sunburnt, and people don't know the localised flooding spots. If I moved into a new area, I would check to see what the flood spots are. But I had 10 years in a marine rescue group, and I was out off Moreton Island, and I've been showing a bit of video footage of the bay. It is one of the most dangerous bays on the planet. The port of Brisbane starts from the southern tip of the Sunshine Coast, and the main shipping channel goes down to the north of Bribie Island, across to the western side of Moreton Island, then straight down to the mouth of the Brisbane River. Now, what I would like to mention, I've seen how dangerous the bay can be. It has a fascinating history, but sadly many lives have been lost. Now, ex-tropical cyclone Cephas, the dangerous surf conditions actually contributed to a major tear in the Bribie Island, and it has got bigger. And Tim, the local marine rescue group at Caloundra, came out, I think this morning or late yesterday afternoon, and they indicated they had to do 2 rescues due to jet skiers playing with, I think it was a new brake, and it was just like being in a washing machine. That's how dangerous the circulation of the water. And I'm waiting to see whether the entire northern stretch of the island is going to eventually submerge. I'm waiting to see whether we're actually going to have 2 channels. One channel is closed due to silting the sand, but people have decided to put their life at risk. Now, we still have a dangerous surf warning in place. And again, yesterday, the lifesavers had to come out publicly and warn people to stay out of the water. And some of it was as a result of ex-tropical cyclone Cody, which was stationary off the North Island of New Zealand. And there was a high, and it just generated a massive swell. And it's not good to be swept away in a current. My brother, he's got his life-saving qualifications. He's got the top one. It's not good being swept away. But there is a procedure. If you are caught in a whip, you go with the current. And Tim, I think you're horizontal. If you get caught in a whip, I think you go with the current.
You normally go parallel to the coast until you're no longer in the rip current, and then you start to slowly come back into shore. But I'm only going to be here a few more minutes. It is 11 p.m. here on the east coast of the United States. Obviously, it is roughly 2 p.m. there on the east coast of Australia, yes, where we do have 3 severe weather warnings. That is what we're showing on the screen here on Force 13 Australia. We'll touch on these just briefly. Both of these warnings are for heavy rain leading to flash flooding, strong winds, and some hail being possible with these sails. The Bureau has updated these polygons, as we would call them over here in the United States. So they're not the normal polygons that we would normally see here in the U.S. The Bureau does have a little bit of a different mapping when it comes to these. So this first warning I'm going to outline here, these both are run out at the same time. These both will be running out at approximately 3:40 or 4:40 p.m. Australian Standard Time. This is the first polygon going all the way up to the edge of the Queensland, New South Wales border, all the way down to the coast. So if you're in places like Port Macquarie, getting down towards Lake Cathy, Waste Haven, Moreland, Harrington, down to Rainbow Flat, over towards Coomba Park, Wotton, and Bouladale, you guys are going to be getting very strong rains, possible flash flooding, all from this first cell that is starting to push into this area. Even down towards Candos, Newcastle, you could get some heavy rain. But this first batch is what's causing the Bureau to issue this first severe weather warning. And that does stay in effect for about another 2 hours and 40 minutes. The second one here is back just to the northwest of Wiwa. Does include Mungidi here. That is this polygon here. Again, for the same threats: heavy rain, flash flooding, strong winds, and some possible hail with that cell. You can kind of see this secondary line just pushing through Turwin and Narabi, and that is this line here that is starting to push through. Some places like Upper Horton and Baraba, you guys are starting to dry out, but you will have this second line getting ready to push into your area probably in the next 45 minutes to an hour. And then lastly, we do have the severe weather warning still issued by the Bureau. This is for West Central Queensland. This we will be running out in the next 2 hours and 30 minutes, and you can see what is prompting this warning. We do have some daytime heating combined with some very moist air that is causing what we would call very classic popcorn style thunderstorms. They're just popping up out of nowhere. You can see a lot of them are to the northwest of Morven, but we are starting to see a few of them pop up here down just to the northwest of the St. George area. So this also for heavy rain, strong winds, and that is this entire polygon here. This one is in effect for another 2.5 hours. The other two warnings, unless the Bureau updates them, these will be running out 10 minutes after the Queensland warning. So we'll actually come back down to the Nimoy radar, because that does look like these two warnings are the bigger threats. Hmm. Hmm. It's not good news. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame. Yep. Speaking of which, we have crossed the top of the hour here on Force 13 Australia. I will be signing off for the night. It is 11 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast of the United States. 1 p.m. I believe 1 p.m. there at Force 13 Australia headquarters there in Brisbane. I will be leaving the 2 p.m. I forgot the time change there. So yeah, you are 15 hours ahead of me. But I will be leaving the radar up there for not only you, David, but for the viewers to keep an eye on. Just to recap before I do sign off for the night, the Bureau of Meteorology does have 3 severe weather warnings ongoing right now. 2 of them in the northern part of the New South Wales region of Australia. Both of these are going to be in effect until 4:35 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That is these 2 areas here, both of them indicating very strong winds, heavy rains, and flash flooding possible across these areas. And these both are in effect for the New South Wales area. Moving a little bit further north, we do have this severe weather warning for the central Queensland area. This will be staying in effect until 4:25 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And pretty much for the same thing, pop-up thunderstorms are triggering some very heavy rains in and around this area. So very strong winds and flash flooding is possible for this area. So that is what we do have going on for the severe weather threat. I'll throw the radar back down on the New South Wales region for the time being. And again, thank you for having me on, David, and thank you to the viewers for tuning in. This has been Force 13 Australia Live. I will leave you guys with David. Viewers, definitely keep your questions coming to him. And if you want to join the conversation for the Australian team, you can go to our Discord page, discord.gg/Force13, and you can click on the AU Oceania region of our welcome page, and you can join the conversation there on not only the Australian severe weather threat, but the volcanic threat for the Tonga region. You can also check out the Tonga region impacts in the geophysics tab of our community Discord server. And I think you should be able to pull these up on your radar as well, David, since I do think you have radar scope. Night to you, and you guys stay safe there in and around the northern New South Wales area, central Queensland. You guys are in the hands of David Jones, director of Force 13 Australia. You guys have a good night.
I enjoy the streaming. I'm the main operator of the channel, and I'll switch over to the local, and I've just killed the audio, and there will be a restructuring. Now this is the warning area, which will be updated. And I've just got to switch Right. This Force 13's AU channel. It's 6 minutes past 2 here in Queensland, Eastern Standard Time. 6 minutes past 3 daylight saving time. Severe thunderstorm activity now impacting parts of Queensland and a expanding area in New South Wales. And viewers, I am keeping a close eye on the discussion in the chat, and I'm pretty easy when it comes to the content in the discussion in the online chat, but I will respond. And just a brief comment in relation to those relating to religion. I do believe in miracles. I had 2 miracles in the local hospital last year with my wife. I had a miracle leading into Christmas. So let's focus on the severe weather that's impacting parts of New South Wales. There's also a flood watch in place for parts of New South Wales, and also here in Queensland. We also have, I should say, I'm keeping a close eye on any news that might surface with the massive eruption over there in Tonga. And as Tim said, you're welcome to post any questions. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a couple of images. And on the screen, actually I've got to update the warning graphic. Now on the screen is the latest warning, and you can see how it has expanded out to the east. "32mm of rain was recorded at Bendimeer, Bonna in 30 minutes to 1300 hours. 51mm of rain also recorded at Bundalla Creek in the hour to 11 a.m. Hazardous surf warning remains in place. The flood watches for the Bellinger, the Upper McIntyre, Gwydir, Peel, Naomi and Castlereagh rivers. Strong wind warning Estuary coast. Strong wind warning extended for Wednesday for the Sydney enclosed waters, Macquarie, Hunter, Sydney, Estuary and Bateman's coast. And here in Queensland, hazardous surf warning, Fraser Island, the eastern side, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast waters. It's force 13 AU, and on the screen is the area under the Bureau of Meteorology's Queensland and New South Wales warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for damaging winds, heavy rainfall for the central highlands, the coalfields, the Maranoa, Warrego, Darling Downs and the Granite Belt at this point in time. Possible severe thunderstorms are developing. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce damaging winds, heavy rainfall along with flash flooding. The warning area at this point in time, St George, Boland, Mitchell, Tirabandi, Injune and Mungandai, which is on the Queensland New South Wales border. Southwest of Gundawindi. For New South Wales, the mid-north coast, the northwest slopes and plains, the northern tablelands, parts of the Hunter, the central west slopes and plains, the upper western forecast districts. Bureau of Meteorology will update 17:35, a daylight saving time. I'm waiting for the Bureau of Meteorology to update the tropical cyclone 3-day outlook information for the Coral Sea, followed by the northern region of Australia and taking in the Gulf of Carpentaria. And recapping, a strengthening monsoon later this week may lead to the formation of a tropical low up there in the Timor Sea. If a tropical low does form, it is likely to move southwest over the weekend with limited potential to develop. However, the GFS model is indicating that we could see something in the Gulf of Carpentaria. And I'm going to bring this up onto the screen also. Now this is the New South Wales warning area. Now this is the daily rainfall accumulation. Put together by Josh here at Force 13 AU. If you'd like to get in contact with me, just above the scrolling text box is the email address here at Force 13. After the email, delete the word contact and insert David, lowercase. So if you want to get in contact with me directly, delete the word contact and insert David, and the email will get through to me. The contact at force13.com is the main email address. It goes through to Nathan, but delete contact, insert David, and it will come through to me. Now I have another image. And this is severe thunderstorm outlook. This is something that Josh put together. And this is the warning area for Queensland at this point in time. Let's look at the 850 millibars vorticity, and note the vorticity signatures up there to the north of the Gulf of Carpentaria and including the Vanuatu region. We'll be keeping a close eye on both. The Bureau of Meteorology is about to update the tropical cyclone 3-day outlook information for the Coral Sea, followed probably about 20 minutes after for the northern region, including the Gulf of Carpentaria. But modelling is indicating something that could end up in the Gulf of Carpentaria. And look at that vorticity signature over Western Australia, the western side of the South Australian WA border. This is Force 13's continuous coverage of the local severe thunderstorm activity, and on the screen for a few more seconds is the 850 millibars vorticity. The vorticity scale is on the right hand side of the screen. Two areas of interest, just slightly to the north of Gove, the Northern Territory, Cape Gulf and Carpentaria, and moving east into the eastern or northeastern corner of the Coral Sea, Vanuatu region. Actually is to the, let's say northwest of New Caledonia. Now let's have a look at what Matteo France is saying. Matteo France is all in the clear. And it's 14:42 here in Queensland. Now we have a look at the information. Hopefully it's now available. Tropical cyclone 3-day outlook for the Coral Sea. The Coral Sea is all in the clear. And we're just waiting for the Bureau to update the northern region, including the Gulf of Carpentaria. I think we may see an update. Now this is Force 13. I'm just suspending the musical tracks, developing news. It's been reported by the Guardian News. Tonga could be cut off for weeks amid efforts to repair the undersea communication cable. Repeating, Tonga could be cut off for weeks amid efforts to repair undersea communication cables. And it's being reported that a new volcanic eruption could prevent access by repair ship, which is en route from 4,000 kilometres away. Repeating, Tonga could be cut off for weeks amid efforts to repair undersea communication cable, and the repair ship is now en route but 4,000 kilometres away. The mission to repair the undersea communications cable that connects Tonga with the rest of the world could take up to a fortnight, the cable operator has warned, due to risks that a subsequent volcanic eruption could endanger a repair ship. Thousands of families remain without word from loved ones across Tonga 4 days after the massive eruption. While some telephone networks within the country have been restored, and Australia and New Zealand assisting with satellite calls, communications remains limited. The chairperson of the state-owned Tonga Cable Limited, which owns and operates the cable, said continuing volcanic activity was a risk to any repair ship, which would need to enter, apology for the pronunciation, Tonga-Tapu waters close to the site of the eruption. We're just going through our preparations for the repair operation to start possibly next week. With luck, we could have our cable ready within the next 2 weeks. The main concern is now with the volcanic activities because our cables are pretty much on the same zone. Preliminary testing indicated a break in the 827 kilometre long Tonga cable, about 37 kilometres offshore of Tonga's capital. Another cut in the domestic cable was about 47 kilometres offshore. And I'll bring that up onto the screen. And is this going to work? There's a lot of switching that goes on behind the scenes, especially in the broadcasting software. Now let's give this a go. Now, that is there are 2 cuts. And this is Force 13's ongoing coverage of the major underwater eruption last Saturday, and as mentioned, it could be several weeks before the submarine cable is repaired. There is major concern by the company that does the that looks after the underwater cable linking the rest of the world with Tonga. Another eruption. A spokesperson or a professor at one of the universities over in New Zealand said on the weekend that further eruptions cannot be ruled out. And when you think of how far the shockwave travelled, however, we have an updated news item or an updated graphic. I will bring that up onto the screen. We'll just switch back to my main interface, and keeping in mind top priority severe thunderstorm warnings remain current for parts of New South Wales and here in Queensland. And I've just been alerted to an item and I'll just doing some searching for the image. Okay, here it comes. And hopefully now, what does one say about that? That is the entire area now covered in ash. So that is the ash. And another one coming up on the aftermath of the tsunami wave. And whilst we look at the image currently on the screen, BO meteorology for the northern region, including the Gulf of Carpentaria, a strengthening monsoon later in the week may lead to the formation of a tropical low in the Timor Sea. If a tropical low does form, it is likely to move southwest and out of the region over the weekend, prior to undergoing any significant development. Now, the key question is, where is it going to come on the radar? What position? Is it going to track, as the Bureau said, southwest? Or could it track to the east? Viewers, I think that the red represents the ash. RH, I note your comment about the red zone. You can't smell it. Just have a look at sunset. Tell me, let us know in the chat if the sky is different. It's 4:13 AU. It's 1500 hours here in Brisbane. We standing by for the Bureau of Meteorology to update severe thunderstorm warning information and the latest on the underwater eruption over there in Tonga. the latest news is it could be weeks before the communications issue is finished. There are 2 breaks in the submarine cable. The ship is en route about 4,000 kilometres away, and the breaks 37 to I think 47. 2 breaks. And breaking medical news, it's been reported up to 57,000 nurses and over 100,000 staff from private hospitals will be diverted to the public health system to assist with this Omicron virus. My eldest daughter popped in when we started the stream with Tim and Josh, and it looks like my grandson's childcare centre, apparently a case has been reported, which isn't good news. I don't know whether it's a child or a teacher. However, and again, people need to take responsibility for their actions. It's being reported, this is breaking news. Emergency services are now searching for a male who went missing after going for a swim in Sydney's northwest. Now, I'm not sure northwest, this isn't the coast. Let's see if it comes up. It looks like it's on a inland water. It might be a dam. It's Sydney's northwest. There were 500 rescued from dangerous surf a couple of weeks ago here on the Gold Coast. Now this is actually a GIF file, so I'll take that off the screen. And this is Force 13 Australian Oceania Channel, coming up to 15 minutes past 3. Have more news relating to the major underwater volcanic eruption. This is a news item originating from here in Australia. And this is via the Joint Operations Command. The Australian Defence Department. Considering that Australia's Prime Minister, New Zealand's Prime Minister, formerly responded to the appalling situation over there in Tonga, the Royal Australian Navy, the HMAS Adelaide, departed from Brisbane last night to be in a position to provide additional response options if requested. The Australian Defence Force continues to give full support to the government of Tonga with the conduct of surveillance flights today to help determine the next phase of the response. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up onto the screen. And this is the latest from the Australian Defence Department. The HMAS Adelaide departed Brisbane and will be in the area to bring any assistance required. HMAS Brisbane now. Correction, it left, and it looks like that's Sydney. So it's steaming for Brisbane. So the HMAS Brisbane is heading for Brisbane. And this is Force 13 AU. I've just noted the comment re possible eruption. We'll have a look at the satellite imagery Actually, what I'll do, I'll stay on this interface and I'll bring up the Go 17 satellite. Hopefully it will load. And here we come. Kobe, can you send me a screen capture? And I'll bring it up on the screen. And D-side Darwin, apology for the pronunciation. As mentioned on the weekend, there is no, how can I put it? The possibility remains that we could see major activity. It's not over by a long way. And the underwater cable company, they are being extremely cautious considering how close they've got to get to the island. Kathy, not a bad one. And RH, I've noted your comment. Now, considering it's 15:20 here in Queensland, let's have a look at what the Bureau of Meteorology is saying via the tropical cyclone 3-day outlook for the Gulf of Carpentaria, including the northern region. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. The top priority severe thunderstorm warning for the Northern Territory's Simpson district. Severe thunderstorms developing across the Simpson district. Thunderstorms forming along a trough stretching across the southern Simpson district and moving towards the southeast. The areas that could be affected: Simpson district east of Santa Teresa. A strengthening monsoon later in the week may lead to the formation of a tropical low in the Timor Sea. It is likely to move southwest and out of the region over the weekend prior to undergoing any significant development. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, percentages remain very low. and the Bureau of Meteorology will update the Western 3-day outlook at about 16:30 Eastern Standard Time, about an hour and a half from now. Bureau of Meteorology has updated it, and top priority, severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds, heavy rainfall. Now I'll bring up the radar scope. Now this is the entire warning area. For damaging winds, heavy rainfall, the Gulf country, the North Tropical coast, the tablelands, the northern goldfields, the upper Flinders, the northwest, the central highland coalfields, the central west, Mariner, Warrego, Darling Downs, and the Granite Belt forecast district. The warning area is Roma, Mount Isa, Cloncurry, Georgetown, St George Junior Creek, the southeast corner of Queensland, and further eastern coastal areas at this point in time are in the clear. Force 13 AU also operates on the Twitter platform. Fabian, I haven't cited information the death toll. I won't be surprised, but I will keep an eye out. And Shane, it's not good, my friend. It's not good. There is much that I can say. I was the National Secretary of a national association here in Australia, and emergency radio communications is also one of my interests. I actually took a radio call where somebody, a passing motorist with the CB radio, heard help, help, help. And it was on the Bruce Highway at Burpengary. Motorist ended up in a creek, flood water. The creek was rising. I activated the emergency phone number. I think it's 911 over in the States. It's 000 here in Australia. And I think it was January 2011. We had, as a result of that severe weather event, we had a major flood here in Brisbane. I phoned the fire services communications, and the operator said, sorry, but we haven't got a unit to respond because of the workload. Police communications also here in Brisbane nearly experienced a meltdown, and as a result they had to activate their backup radio network. I phoned Fire Communications Centre back in about half an hour, and the operator said we've managed to get a unit to respond, and it was a successful rescue. But people will continue to get themselves into trouble, and considering the years that I've been part of Force 13, one of the key points that we continue to push is avoid flood water. Human nature will see people getting into trouble, but when emergency services have to rescue people, but back in 2011 the flow of information to the public was basically zero. And since January 2011, and this resulted from the loss of 23 lives due to a massive wall of water that wiped out a town at the foothills of Toowoomba, Grantham. The wall of water completely wiped out the town. I was actually in a Skype call with a friend of mine here in Brisbane. He received a message from a friend out in the Toowoomba region, and Ross said to me, I've just heard there's a wall of water. I said, what? I was sitting in front of the computer screen from 6 a.m. to at least 1700 hours. I took a bit of a break, sat down and watched the local TV news, and I was shocked. There is a video on YouTube which highlights the panic, the graphic footage of the wall of water gushing down Toowoomba, through the Toowoomba city. And I believe we do have Nathan up there in the Toowoomba region, and there was localised flooding in the city, I think a couple of days ago. So January 2011, 2012-13, 2017. Tropical cyclone Yasi was a major wake-up call to federal politicians here in Queensland, and they decided to get together down there in Canberra in Parliament House, and there was a motion passed setting up or referring a motion to one of the Senate committees, and they had a close look at what took place up there in Cairns. It's good when telecommunication works, but what happens when it fails? Telstra, which is Australia's biggest telecommunications company, lost their entire mobile telephone network. The main optic cable, which serves 23 mobile transmitters, was cut, and there was no communications in Queensland up in the Cairns area. Star Wolf, I'm looking forward to 5G, mate. Back in mid-December, my wife and I relocated. We looked at one rental property, and it had 5G. But 5G is being rolled out, and I'm looking forward to having it as a backup. I am planning to operate via the mobile telephone network, in addition to the optic fibre cable. Cassie, is that a safe place? Living in a volcano, but we know the Big Island. You original, to my knowledge, no, if you're referring to Tonga. Retrospect, comment noted, 600 megabytes per second. That's not bad. I actually haven't done a speed test on my home network. And is that Telstra, TBG or Optus? Now on the screen we're looking at the activity to the northwest of Grafton and Jennings, and it's tracking, it looks like it's tracking northeast, and later it'll probably impact the Gold Coast, and this is one of the normal directions that severe thunderstorm activity tracks. And this Force 13's continuous coverage of the major underwater volcanic eruption, which appears to have taken life, yet to be confirmed. However, information cited indicates that there has been a further but minor eruption. Information is about to come up on the screen. And Kobe, a special thank you, young man. I'm just looking at the imagery. And Kobe, I note what Josh has said in our AU room, and a special thank you. And I'm just about to bring up, now this is, and I've just lost the audio, I've really got to fine tune it. Now I'll probably lose it again, but I want to. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a break, so we'll be back. It's 4:13 AU, 3:45 here in Queensland. Another look at one of my videos that I've recorded, and that is the Port of Brisbane operation here at the mouth of the Brisbane River. Moreton Bay is one of the most treacherous bays in the world, and it can change at a minute's notice. And on the screen is another area, it's Bramble Bay, and the current changes direction 4 times. And it's also a dangerous place. And this is a flight that I took back in late 2019. Departed the Melbourne airport. The plane taxied to the most southern end of the runway, and you could tell how long it took before we got onto the main runway. I have unfinished business down there in Victoria, Phillip Island, motorbike racetrack, a fantastic spot. My brother lives in Melbourne, and we decided to do a bit of a day trip. We stopped in at Phillip Island, and there were a few racing around the track, over 200 kilometres an hour. And I tell you, some of the bikes really moved. But my nephew and son, they decided they wanted to have a go on the goat cars. And up to 60 kilometres an hour around the track. And the plane is yet to come onto the main runway. It's now starting to turn. And this is one of 4 trips or flights, and I think it was either 2018 or 2019 I actually flew from Melbourne to Brisbane in smoke due to major bushfire activity. The horizon, it was just smoke. And the plane will start to dip to the left, and a bit of an angle too. But I really enjoyed the trip. And considering that I'm the oldest member of Force 13, I can clearly remember my first plane trip. I actually managed to meet the pilot and co-pilot. One of the hostesses came down, knew it was my birthday, and she asked me, would you like to come up to the cockpit and meet the pilot? But today, that doesn't happen. But I have some fantastic memories. but I've been through my fair share of severe weather. I know all the localised or local flash flooding spots here in Brisbane. Coming up, the latest on the Tonga emergency. I have some imagery thanks to Kobe Craft. And coming up to the top of another hour, this is a continuous stream, although I will fresh it before I leave the studio for the overnight hours. And due to the YouTube requirement where the stream has to be restarted or rebooted at the 12-hour mark, because they don't save the video, and the same for Facebook. You've got to, I think, cut it at 6 hourly. And Force 13 AU is looking for people to come into the Contributors Hub. And the Contributors Hub is where the production takes place.
You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
And coming up to the top of another hour, which will make it 1600 hours here in Queensland, 1700 hours a daylight saving time, and this clearly indicates that there has been another eruption. So I'll leave this on the screen for the time being. So another eruption has taken place. You can clearly see the ash cloud, and I'm not an expert by a long way when it comes to volcanoes. So once again, a major or a minor eruption. I've just been advised that it appears that it's a thunderstorm. However, we will... Now I've just got to change, apology, I've got to change the scenery, and I've just lost the audio again. It'll be back. So that is one for the old blooper reel, but as mentioned a few times now, there is a possibility of further eruptions. But Josh has indicated it's a storm. And Josh is more experienced when it comes to the weather. He remains very passionate. And Bill, we love the interaction with viewers, and also the bringing the information is what we do best. I've been part of the US team on our US channel, and I was part of the live team, and Dallas had a tornado. My brother in Melbourne texted me, and my stomach just absolutely sunk. My niece was over in Dallas. I'm not sure what the tornado was, but she was on a bit of a tour, and the people that looked after them, they were well knowledge when it came to tornadoes, and she was safe, but she was very close. I think she was in South Dallas. So Josh is there in the chat, and he alerted me to the image that was on the screen. And Josh, why don't you come into the live chat, into the call, and you can give us the latest from your personal position. But then Josh, viewers, he's heading away from his HQ. He's going fishing. So he's going to be away from his studio, but he's got his don't know whether he's got his computer, whether he's taking the computer, because he's going out on his parents' boat. Not a bad looking one. I told him I want to feed a fish, but getting it over to the east coast would probably be cost restrictive. However, we will be here. I've retired from the workforce. My priority is looking after my wife. Sadly, she's not 100%. So I'll be here bringing the latest news. Oh, Star Wolf, you mentioned about sharks. That's something else that I could talk about. Moreton Bay, going back 40-50 years, has some giants, monster sharks. We actually had a professional shark catcher, but sadly some people thought he was an idiot, didn't know what he was talking about. but Moreton Bay has had sharks. Don't hear of many, but what we do have, especially along the coast, in the canals, the bull sharks. Australian opal, your reference to scouts. My grandfather was a chief scout. I did have 3 or 4 years in the scouting movement. I actually attended the 8th Australian Scouts Jamboree in the Brisbane western suburb of Jindalee. Back then, it was just bush. Bureau Meteorology has in place a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds, heavy rainfall for various parts of the state of Queensland. There's an ongoing hazardous surf warning resulting from ex-tropical cyclone Cody. And the warning area, the eastern side of Fraser Island, the Sunshine Coast waters, including the Gold Coast waters. The Bureau of Meteorology has issued a top priority severe weather warning for the central tablelands, southwest slopes, parts of the mid-north coast, the Hunter, southern tablelands, northwest slopes and plains, central west slopes and plains. Now, what is going on? The graphic coming up onto the screen. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning, now the higher of the two being a severe weather warning. So I'll just reduce the size of the screen, which is showing the radar scope. I think of the Brisbane radar. Now, I'm going to bring up this image. Now I just got to find now this is the warning area. Top priority is severe weather warning issued by the Bureau of Meteorology for a large slice of New South Wales. Look at a high pressure system south of the Great Australian Bight will strengthen, moving eastward over Tasmania on Wednesday. The high will combine with a slow moving inland trough to produce a tight pressure gradient across eastern New South Wales. Strong winds averaging 50 to 60 kilometres an hour. With damaging wind gusts of around 90 kilometres an hour. are possible over elevated terrain across the central highlands, the southwest slopes, the mid-north coast, the Hunter, the southern tablelands, and this is a mouthful. Anyway, proceeding, the central west slopes and plains during Wednesday evening, early Thursday morning. And the warning area: Scone, Orange, Mudgee, Bathurst, Katoomba, Yass, Tamworth, Gunnedah, Young, Cootamundra, Gundagai, the home of the Tucker Box, and Tumut. So Tumut, Gundagai, Cootamundra, or Cootamundra, Gundagai, Gunnedah, Tamworth, Yass, Katoomba, Bathurst, the Bathurst, 1000, the racetrack, Mudgee, Orange and Scone. And it is for damaging winds. Flood watch has been updated for the Bellinger, the Upper McIntyre, the Gwydir, Pearl, Naomi, Castlereagh rivers. A trough will linger over the northern interior districts of New South Wales over the coming days, bringing widespread showers and storms. A secondary trough is set to linger near the far west of the state into the weekend, bringing renewed unsettled conditions. Now let's see if Tasmania's got a... Tasmania at this point in time is in the clear. Bureau of Meteorology has issued a further severe weather warning for damaging winds for parts of the central, southwest, west and the south Gippsland forecast districts down there in Victoria. Here we go again. Image coming up onto the screen. And this is the Victorian warning. And apparently the storm has also got a feeder ban. And you can clearly see on the radar which direction the activity is tracking. There is a lot of instability across various parts of Australia. And looks like we've got a complex weather system. Strong east to southeasterly winds averaging 40 to 60 kilometres an hour with damaging wind gusts of around 90 kilometres an hour possible over the Grampian Ranges during Wednesday morning and again late evening, overnight into Thursday morning. 50 to 60 kilometre an hour wind with damaging wind gusts of around 90 kilometres an hour also possible over the Otway Ranges. Also developing from late Wednesday evening, continuing overnight into Thursday morning. Strong easterly winds averaging 50 to 60 kilometres, damaging wind gusts also of around 90 kilometres an hour possible over the Yarra, Dandenong, and I think it's Shredlecki Ranges, Bawball Plateau. Developing also Wednesday morning, continuing overnight into Thursday morning. Locations that could be affected are Pardo Bay, Warragul, Murray and Mount Bawball. Now let's see, a minor flood warning has been issued for the Snowy River. Now let's see if the Bureau has updated It's a strong wind warning that's in place for Wednesday, Port Phillip Bay, the Western Port, West Coast, Central Coast. Now, as it is 16:15 here in Queensland, let's have a look at the tropical cyclone 3-day outlook for the Western region. Right. Bureau of Meteorology, Western region, tropical cyclone 3-day outlook picks up on the possible developing of a tropical low in the Timor Sea. It is likely to move southwest over the weekend with only limited potential to develop further, and accompanying this the formation of a tropical low, the strengthening monsoon trough. So once again, and this is the normal pattern, strengthening monsoon trough, and I'm also thinking about the MJO pulse. And viewers, I'm going to bring this up onto the screen. Now just working out which would be the best. I think we'll go via a animation. Now let's see if this works. I might lose the audio again. There's a lot of switching that takes place. Right, now this is the latest GFS model 1. What I'm looking at is the Queensland coast, Gulf of Carpentaria. Caution needs to be applied as the models do change, and the GFS is out to 384 hours. It is advisable to consider the imagery out to 240 hours. And one key factor is the strength and location of the highs. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of changing the scene, we'll go to this one. And you can clearly see GFS. They're generating a system for the Gulf of Carpentaria. And off the Mackay coast, could track down towards my location. But that's long range. It's force 13 AU. This Force 13 AE, it has been confirmed that sadly 2 lives have been lost in the Tonga region. On Tuesday, New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade said there have been 2 confirmed deaths in Tonga from the disaster, one of which was a British national. There have been no official confirmations of casualties for the Tongan authorities, but the family of Angela Glover, a British woman living in Tonga who went missing in the tsunami, reported Monday that her body had been found. That is not good news. So the British woman sadly has lost her life. I think she got swept away due to the tsunami wave. New Zealand Foreign Affairs Minister said today that the ash could cause problems for getting aid into the country via plane. Images currently show ash fall on the Nuku'alofa airport runway. They must be cleared before a C-130 Hercules flight with humanitarian assistance can land. The United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said in a briefing Monday there was significant infrastructure damage around the main island of Tonga-Tapu. Apology for the pronunciations. We are particularly concerned about 2 small low-lying areas, and this concern originates from the New Zealand Australian surveillance flights confirming substantial property damage. New Zealand has dispatched 2 Navy ships carrying water and other aid, and the New Zealand government has allocated a further $500,000 in assistance, and the New Zealand government has allocated $1 million. New Zealand Prime Minister said Monday that contact had not been established with many coastal regions beyond the capital. The Royal New Zealand Air Force Hawaiian aircraft left Auckland Monday morning with plans to fly over the group of islands, the main island, to assess damage and see if runways were clear for subsequent planes to land. The Australian Defence Force also sent a surveillance plane Monday to assess damage to critical infrastructure such as roads, ports, power lines. The news is not good. And recapping, Tonga could be cut off for weeks amid efforts to repair the undersea communications cable. Australian minister says Tonga suffered significant damage following the volcano eruption. For one relative, not knowing is heartbreaking. Sleepless nights among Tongan, I think it's diaspora, after contact with the country cut off. So sadly, life has been lost. It's force to 13 AU 1638 here in Queensland. Crunchy 8, which radar, mate? I'm currently showing the... Oh, it's one of the Western New South Wales. Just let me know what radar and I'll switch over. Now we have 4 warning areas: Goffs Harbour, Grafton. I was on the Bellarina radar, but we see there is a storm warning in place in the Northern Territory. Tolga. Now let's I'm just going to do a bit of chop and change, and we'll go to the Townsville radar. And the imagery about to come on the screen. What I'm noticing is the direction that this storm activity is taking, and you can clearly see which way it's heading. So the warning area has been expanded. It's now taking in Mount Isa. Then we look at Barcolden, Blackhall, Tambo, Augustella, Morven, Adavale, Injune, Roma, Surat, St George, Dirrabandy, Mungandai, Ashford, Inverell, Bundoora, Uwalla, Narrabri, Moree, Tamworth, Werris Creek. Then we come across to Badawi, just to the north of Birdsville, south west corner of the state. And then we come across to Alice Springs. Now we have a new radar, viewers, at Greenvale, and that is now I've got the Townsville radar, Mount Surprise, Forsyth, Pentland, Torres Creek. And then we move to the east, we've got Charters Towers, Townsville, Ravenswood, and Torres Creek. So quite a bit of storm activity. Now I'm going to switch over to Greenvale. This is a new radar that became operational a few weeks ago. Now what I'm going to do is split screen, and it should bring up the Doppler wind. Just waiting for it to load. Now I've just got to Coming up to 4:45 here in Queensland, 5:45 daylight saving time. Now this is the Gimpy radar, and you can clearly see the activity. We'll stay with this for the next few minutes. And it's 4:13, coming up to the top of another hour, which will make it 5 p.m. 1800 hours daylight saving time. 4:13 AU is providing continuous coverage. The stream will take a minute's break to allow for the software to be refreshed. This force AE, there is let's say the possibility remains for further activity at the undersea volcano. The possibility remains of further eruptions. We will continue to bring the latest information as soon as we sight it. The stream will stay active. I have no plans for shutting it down. There will be a 1 minute or less break, which allows for the software to be refreshed. So this is a continuous service, the stream, but we warmly appreciate your support and staying with us. This time next week we could have a tropical cyclone. But severe thunderstorm activity will continue. On the screen is the Brisbane radar, and looks like I might be in for a bit of a wet night, which I won't mind because I'm sitting here, it is hot, my wife is in a air-conditioned room, and I might have to invest in a air cooler. Meteorology continues to update the severe thunderstorm information, and the Bureau has issued a severe weather warning. There is storm activity building Okerton, Warwick, Killarney, Stanthorpe. So that would make it 50, 100, just under 250 kilometres to the southwest of Brisbane. But normally the storm activity does weaken as it approaches the coast. Now, Bureau of Meteorology has issued an additional warning. The top priority, severe thunderstorm warning for heavy rainfall for people in parts of the Southern Downs Council areas. Here we go again. Yep, the storm cell is currently to the west of Stanthorpe, tracking north, and Warwick, Lower, Pittsworth, Toowoomba, Crow's Nest, Mount Mobudden. So at this point in time, it looks like Inglewood to the northwest of the storm cell is in the clear. Lower and Warwick could be in the clear. The Bureau warns that 1640 severe thunderstorms were detected on the weather radar near Pikedale. They're slow moving, and the slow moving ones are extremely dangerous. Viewers, probably back in 2000 probably 2016, 17. It was a Saturday morning, and in Brisbane's inner circle, there was a street store or street market up on Wickham Terrace, Spring Hill. Street stores, it was packed. Street stores or street markets are very popular. I was watching the Brisbane radar, and this storm cell just sat over Brisbane. And the Bureau has this very questionable policy when it comes to issuing warnings. They have this criteria, I think it's 3 or 4 steps, and if all the steps aren't in place, they won't issue a warning. Then it started. Wind, rain, and people had to seek shelter. Wind gusts completely whipped through the street market, overturning some of the mobile structures. And the Queensland Premier at the time was extremely angry because the Bureau did not issue a warning. The Queensland Premier at the time made the Bureau set up. Wasn't the only time that the then Queensland Premier had strong words to say about the Bureau. The Bureau also took notice and issued 3-hourly cyclone warnings. Now I'm not sure what cyclone impacted the Queensland coast. It's inexcusable that the Australian Weather Bureau or Bureau of Meteorology can't provide a decent and, at times in brackets, a decent warning system. The public do have a right to information. I've even been under a stationary storm cell. The Bureau didn't issue a warning till it was severe. It led to a flood warning being issued for the area around Caboolture. The same has happened up on the Sunshine Coast, where slow moving storms have generated flood warnings. So there's much that can be said about the weather scene here in Australia. But with the power of the undersea volcanic eruption that set a extremely powerful shockwave, generating tsunami warnings for much of the east coast of Australia, Tasmania, right down to Macquarie Island, down there in the Arctic region, or Antarctica I should say, and the Victorian coastline. Now I'm going to switch. Actually, what I'll do, I'll reduce the size of and look at Sydney. Is that cloud? Is it light rain, or is it fog?
Force 13 has launched a merch store where you can support our project even more by showing our colours, just like this shirt I'm wearing. Or if the weather gets a bit colder, maybe this hoodie as well, of course. And of course, they go in all kinds of different varying colours. Or even pillows. I love a good pillow fight. Or even these amazing hurricane-themed phone cases. Or how about a drink out of this Force 13 mug? So you can find the wonders of Force 13's merch store online at store.force13.com. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
And this is Force 13 AU. Coming up to 17:55 Eastern Standard Time. And 18:55 in New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania. This is a live webcam provided for the New South Wales Department of Maritime Services, Department of Main Roads, Transport, New South Wales. The location of this camera is at Point Danger, overlooking the Treed River, and it operates 24 hours, 7 days a week. Very popular spot for surfboard riders. It's inside the Volunteer Marine Rescue Radio Base Station at Point Danger. It's not a bad location. It's, as I said, Point Danger. There is a pathway that goes around the base station. There's a car park. And this is one of about 20 webcams that I can view. Now, what I'm going to do is I go from Treat Heads. I just got to find the link. Right up to tropical Norfolk, Queensland case. And I just switch the scene off, so just bear with me for a minute and just I'll see if this brings it up. Now this is 4 Mile Beach, Port Douglas, right up on the far north tropical Queensland coast, south of Cooktown. Swimmers up Port Douglas are required to swim inside the net due to the deadly jellyfish. Four Mile Beach, Port Douglas. And this is a live view of Melbourne, looking down on Melbourne's Crown Casino. And the operator of the camera is next door to the Crown Casino in a residential apartment complex adjoining the Crown Casino. The operator has readjusted the position of the webcam. It's a very popular webcam, operates on YouTube, and at times some nice sunsets. It's one of two locations that the operator can mount the camera. Now, the Bureau of Meteorology has in place a severe weather warning. Severe weather warning remains in place for the central tablelands, southwest slopes, parts of the mid-north coast, Hunters, southern tablelands, the northwest slopes and plains, central west slopes and plains forecast districts. This relates to damaging winds gusts possible over parts of the Great Dividing Range from Wednesday evening. There are various flood warnings in place. There's a flood watch, and here in Queensland the severe weather warning continues to be expanded. The warning area now takes in Warwick, Stanthorpe, Gundawindi, St George, Charleville, Aroma, the Carnarvon National Park, Blackhall, Barcolden, Longreach, Georgetown, Croydon, Cloncurry, Mount Isa, Badawi, which is in the southwest corner of Queensland near Birdsville. Gundawindi recorded a wind gust of 96 kilometres an hour. 1627 Pikes Creek recorded 37 millimetres in 30 minutes. Gundawindi, a wind gust of 96 kilometers an hour. It's phenomenal. The wind gusts, the intensity of the rainfall. I think it's Roberto. That is a possibility. A expert down there in New Zealand a few days ago, I think it was Sunday or Monday, said that is a possibility. And Debbie, this is why I say when I'm streaming, secure outdoor objects. I've actually here to my north there was a storm and the wind gusts actually pushed over a shipping container. When ex-tropical cyclone Debbie back in 2017 impacted the Queensland coast, my location saw sustained category 1 sustained winds. At the previous home location, I had glass 3/4 of the way around, and I was sitting there in front of the computer screen, and the wind just got louder and louder and louder, and I thought I was going to lose all of the glass windows. I spoke to Nathan Foy, the owner of Force 13, the next day, and we are of the opinion that what I experienced was category 1 winds. And there was damage. I spoke to a local council worker and I asked him how long would the cleanup take. He said this is the entire council area. He said probably about 1 to 2 months. I've seen winds completely snap. I think pine trees, probably about 70 years old. Trampolines have also gone up in the air, and there was one that went up over a few houses and smashed into a car which was parked out the front in the driveway to the house. Ex-tropical cyclone Seif, when it was a deep subtropical low, generated powerful wave swell along the Gold Coast, and a shipping container went for a swim. It was up on the beach, wave came in, took it out. A slow moving storm Bribey Island, to the north of my location. The wind moved it and knocked it over onto its side. And recently over there in the United States, we've seen transport trucks overturned. So Mother Nature can be a monster. I've said that about a couple of cyclones, a monster of a system. But on behalf of Phil 13, Nathan Foy, the owner of his Force 13 project, a special thank you to you, the viewer, for following this channel. We're hoping for massive growth this year, and the Bureau of Meteorology has updated their position on the La Nina, and it's about to peak. Information scrolling along the bottom of the screen. This Force 13 will stay with the live view of Melbourne. Gunda-Reedy recorded a wind gust of 96 kilometres an hour at 27 minutes past 4. Pikes Creek, as mentioned, 37 millimetres in 30 minutes, but nowhere near 4.5 millimetres per minute. A few weeks ago, down on the Gold Coast, Paradise Point, 4.5 millimetres of rain per minute. I'm not sure over what time span, but it came close to breaking a 1920 rain record. Scottsdale, southwest of Warwick, recorded 45 millimetres in 30 minutes to 1800 hours. Severe thunderstorms likely to produce damaging winds, heavy rainfall, flash flooding over the next several hours in parts of the Gulf country, northern goldfields, the upper Flinders, northwest, central highland coalfields, central west, Maranoa, Warrego, Darley Downs, the Granite Belt districts. Locations which may be affected: Warwick, Roma, Charleville, Stanthorpe, Gunda-Reedy and Croydon. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce damaging winds also over the next several hours in parts of the Channel country. And this is the southwest corner on the Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia, Northern Territory border, Badawi. So the apology, something's caught my eyes. BI meteorology warns that at 18:15 hours, severe thunderstorms were detected on the weather radar near the area south of Warwick. The storms are currently tracking towards the north. They're forecast to affect Warwick. I thought the Warwick might have escaped it, but the cell has expanded. The area northwest of Warwick, the area north of Warwick by 18:45, Allure, the area west of Warwick by 7:15. Heavy rain may lead to flash flooding. So the warning is for the southern downs. Now I'll bring up the radar scope once again. And this is the latest. You can clearly see that it is expanding, and it's going to expand to take in the southeast corner of Queensland. You can clearly see the cell now tracking over Warwick. I'm also looking at that area in black to the west. And all I need is for the area to expand to the east, but at times the cells do track northeast.
by the tsunami in Tonga is becoming clearer tonight. Our first aerial pictures emerging from the disaster zone. We're also learning more about the human toll. Reports of at least 3 deaths, a British charity worker the first to be confirmed.
Little hope. So much better.
50-year-old Angela Glover dedicated her life to animal welfare.
Rescued. Thanks to his amazing family looking after him.
She ran a dog rescue charity on Tonga and was swept away trying to save one when Saturday's tsunami hit.
We are just shattered, is the only word I can think to describe it.
Her brother saying she'd moved there from England.
She always wanted to swim with whales. That was a childhood ambition.
Her husband managed to survive holding onto a tree. Angela's body found 2 days later.
I will miss her and I will think of her every day until the day I die. And what can I say?
These are the first pictures of the damage on the ground from Australian and New Zealand Air Force surveillance planes, with reports of 2 more people missing and distress signals detected in outlying islands. The planes unable to land, with the island's main runway covered in volcanic ash. Satellite images show a similar story across the islands, the thick blanket turning colour shots to black and white. The Navy sending HMAS Adelaide via Brisbane to assist. Australia has already pledged $1 million in relief, but drinking water could be key. Many Tongans source their water from rain collected from rooftops, which are now smothered with ash.
We imagine that is priority number 1, actually, because of the ashfall.
The view from the International Space Station, breathtaking. But scientists also say the eruption of gases has formed the world's biggest cloud of sulfur dioxide, with a possibility now of acid rain for the tiny island nation. On Sunday, the threat was more immediate.
So I have to run for my life.
As the princess daughter of the King of Tonga sent well wishes from the Canberra High Commission. With communications still weeks from being re-established, thousands in Australia fear for their loved ones. The Lefai family lighting a candle and saying prayers.
For hope that all the families are safe out there in Tonga.
Their grandmother caught inside the disaster zone. She's 88 and blind. They are desperate for news. Chris Reason, 7 News.
This Force 13's Australian Oceania Channel. That was a graphic news item from Channel 7 here in Australia. And I'm going to post the link to the chat. It's not good. Good news. Acid rain. That and viewers, here's the link. And the last image is the eruption with lightning. So have a look. But sadly, life has been lost. We will continue to bring the latest information. And within the next 9 minutes, I will stop the stream so it can be saved, and that will allow the stream to be replayed, reviewed. But as I said, the cleanup is yet to start. We've got to get aid into the country, and when the runways, the airports aren't up to the standard, it will take time. But hopefully the defence people will get in, the Air Force. Yes, but acid rain. Not good. We don't know how long that's going to last for. And viewers, as I move towards the overnight hours with the autopilot activated, you can switch over to the earthquake channel for the latest earthquake activity. I'll most likely be in the studio anytime after 3 AM Eastern Standard Time, but that it could be earlier, subject to what this severe thunderstorm system does, whether it tracks to the northeast. Severe thunderstorm activity continues for New South Wales, and also a severe weather warning remains in place. And for those that are going to stay with the stream, I'm going to stop it for about a minute and just refresh the link, so please stand by.